tree of mana grows with the energy of will from each and everything in this world. It grows high above the clouds in the air on top of Mount Illusia. Legend tells that it gives eternal power to the one who touched it. Dark Lord was trying to find the way to the Tree of Mana to get the mighty power to conquer the world. Hello, welcome to my Monday afternoon stream. I hope you are all fine. I am fine. I had a good morning, had a decent day so far. Well, a rather good day. Let's not munch about there, but I hope that you are all having a good day as well, and welcome in to Mystic Quest or Final Fantasy Adventure. I did forget that it did have different names for the different regions. And I think I will pull the sound down a little bit for Game Boy games do tend to be quite loud on stream. I'm not going to do much for the naming selection. I am going to take the canon names for both protagonists being Sumo and Fuji, and I'll get going immediately. I hope you are enjoying Wilds. I know for me it's gotten quite a bit more enjoyable since the last update again. They're taking their time, but they are fixing the performance. But yeah, I probably never will like them as much as the older style, just because that older style is where I started, and for me is the more enjoyable one. And that is fine. If you are enjoying it, I am happy for you to enjoy it. It's always sad when games are unenjoyed, but that is not our fault, the gamer's fault. That is the developer's fault. But it is sad to see. So I am happy if people can enjoy things, even if I personally don't as much as they do. But coming to Mystic Quest, we are a gladiator forced to fight every day for entertainment of the current ruling Dark Lord, and a lot of people die from their wounds. Gladiators were very valuable, so that death, while not common, was absolutely a thing for gladiators, even in ancient Rome. And here we get a warning from Willie. And I did type the name wrong. Oh, that's fine then. It should be Sumo, not Sumi, but I'll deal with it. Mana is in danger now. We must let the Gemma Knights know about it. We don't understand. Gemma, see Boggart at the Falls. He is a Gemma Knight. He should know what to do. We don't know anything about that. Gemma, Mana, what are they? And Willie passed away. Okay. It has... I'm going to double check. But back when it released, it did have an age restriction of 3+, if I remember correctly. Or 8+, something like that. No, it was 3+ and E for everyone. And you have somebody dying in the very first minute of the game. Which, as a child, it was weird. It was sad for him to die, but not like traumatizing. And it did do a lot for the later story. And we have Amanda here. She's sorry about Willie. She says she has to get out. And from before, we heard that the monster entrance leads to the outside. So let's try that. But for a game from 1993 released, we got it a few years later in 1995 first time I played it. And it is still one of the best, deepest story action RPGs in the Game Boy's library. So here we have something important. Dark Lord and Julius, what's going on? You say the mana tree is above the falls? Yes, sir. The tree is in a shrine up there. How do I get there? Up the falls? Miracles occur sometimes, Sir Dark Lord. How? A girl has the key to it. Good. Work hard on it. Yes, sir. What? Who is it? We are trying to escape, but we end up at a dead end. I won't let you leave here alive. Instead of killing me, he pushes me off. So I did leave alive. Alive, at least. He is hoping for me to die at the bottom. Fair enough, but we don't. We get carried over to here. And now we are free out of the castle, but all we have is the warning from Willy and our hope and wish to escape. Amanda also wanted to escape, come on. Oh, that's a candy, I can use that, I was a bit aggressive. And yeah, there's going to be a lot of menuing. If for the simple reason that it is a Game Boy game, it did have to be able to be playable within the hardware of the platform. But as we already saw, there's already some depth to it. It is not just it is willing to dive into deeper topics, even if a bit superficially at the moment. I'm just going to be running around a little bit, get myself another level up. So yeah, we'll be getting through pretty quickly. It's a rather short game, and I expect to be finishing it up by Friday. Yes, that's all a different area with a lot stronger enemies. Okay. If some of the monsters have respawned on our way back. Come on. There's a ton of enemies, but they're all in the wrong area. Yeah, and a first playthrough is going to be substantially longer, for the simple reason that I know much more what I'm doing, but it's still, even for a first-time player, 15 to no more than 20 hours, while touching onto quite a few simple but relatable ideas for most people, I'd guess. We all have probably already lost people, or we will lose people we know, and morality is also a big point for these games. What is good, what is bad. And here we have somebody calling for help. So we eliminate the monsters. And we are told Hasim's got a serious wound. Oh, please. Take this girl to Vendel and see Boggart. He will take care of the rest. And then, for a game that is rated E for everyone, we have the second death. They did not shy away from putting in consequences for things, and we will be taking her along. I can't leave you alone here. I'm Sumi. Call me Fuji. She doesn't luckily need protection from the monsters. She can take care of herself. There is a small town over here which I'll quickly show. Hello, young man. Welcome to Topple. I think she's saying the same thing. Welcome to Topple. Not much to do here. Later on, cities do become important to upgrade gear and so on, but they don't really carry anything more or better than I already have. And I don't quite yet need to buy items. The candies that are dropping from the enemies currently are sufficient. Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes they do manage to get a bit obtuse, and there is one point in this game in particular that I'll be calling out. Or at least in the German translated version, it was really, it really was not well explained, and we needed a lot of time to figure it out. Partially because it's not well explained, and partially because of some technical stuff. As I said, I'll explain when we get there later today, probably. But yeah, they were not afraid to get dark, even in a children's story. And I mean, how many of the original fairy tales did get really pretty dark, and still were considered children's stories. So here we have arrived at a house we've been told might be Boggart. Excuse me, I'm looking for a man named Boggart. I don't know anything. Go away. That is the pendant of mana. My mother gave me this. Are you the Gemma Knight? Yes, it was when Vendel was trying to conquer the world with the power of mana. We fought against them to retrieve peace, but we were losing. The power of mana was too strong. But there was a lady who assured our victory. That lady had that pendant on her chest. Seems like this girl is the key for this time. Take the mattock in the next room. Go to the cave on the east side of the mountains. Use mattock to break the rocks in the cave. See Chibba in the town called Vendel, he knows more. So, from Boggart we are asked to escort Fuji to Vendel. That is already something that Hasim early asked us for when we were saving Fuji. Because Hasim, we did witness his last words, but yeah, we didn't save him. And so we will bring her to Vendel. There's a few nice things. Your companions are not big burdens, they cannot take damage, and they can do a few things for you. Fuji is a healer, and she can heal us, so we need less items, which is nice. But we have found candies as well, so it's not strictly as necessary, as in runs with a little less luck on the candy side. There is an important distinction that she heals over time, whereas the candies or your own healing does that instantly. Leaving the cave here. Some more monsters. For now, the game is very linear. We had the first area that was a bit open where you could run around, but without rescuing Fuji and then visiting Boggart you cannot proceed. And for now there is only a single path forward, without giving you the idea that there may be more. I'm buying a few keys. Let's say I'm going to buy one key and another mattock. And I'm going to buy some additional healing items. And I'll start to do some inventory maintenance. As you might already guess, I do have I have quite a strict way of how I want my inventory to be managed. We did buy an axe, so I do want to use that, and it is giving us a very decent upgrade in firepower over the bronze sword we were given to fight with as a gladiator. Okay, if you're not wanting to come over, I'll move on. Another level. Now we also start to increase our magical aptitude. We will be leveling in a very balanced way, by basically keeping all the stats equal for every uneven. Okay. And just to show, this is like an area you can't move on from here. So I'll be going back. And although I do, yeah, okay. And as if by perchance we'll be finding, come on, you bloody poisonous flower. We'll be finding a castle in the swamp, probably the third one built, since the first two toppled over or something like that. Welcome to Kate's. Rooms ahead are occupied. Please feel free to use the western room. You can't get past this door, it's for Mr. Lee. So private part of the castle, but we have open guest rooms, which we will be taking advantage of. And before falling asleep, Fuji calls us. I think you should be able to use cure magic. Yeah, it should help. And then we read the Book of Cure and learn Cure. I'm not sure if she carried the book around all the time, but new victim. I always took it as her teaching us rather than us reading from a book. And we wake up. Good, my Aunt Fuji is gone. So let's ask the butler here. Welcome to Ket's. Room aheads are occupied. Please feel free to use the western room. You can't get past this door. It's for Mr. Lee. Your friend? No, I do not know her. And the White Mage here explains about a lizard's man nest. And they have the key to open the Cave of the March. And the boy, the mystic mirror reveals people's true colors. I heard that the man here threw it away in a cave. Okay. We now know about the lizard men who hold the key. There's going to be a lot of menuing, because you can hold only one item in addition to your attack at a time. And so every time you want to switch, you do need to menu. It's unfortunate, but due to the limitation of the hardware, there's not too much they could have. They probably could have done. Select allows you to save, shows you the world map, which is pretty sparse. It only shows the location of towns. And your in current position, you will need to learn the map, and you can see your status. Have the candy, have another candy, and I'll be switching to cure. Now we are asking the lizardmen for the key to the marshes. There we go. Found a bronze key. I think with the how many cure potions I found, I'll be using those to heal up at the moment. Ouch, that took a big chunk of HP out of my health. Let's ready the bronze key. We need to enter the cave here. And we find a man inside. Your friend is missing. Many girls have disappeared in that place. They must be kept in the caskets at the basement. I'm looking for the mirror. Do you want me to help? Yes, I will. I would want you to help. You are just talking about that you can break it with a star or a mattock, and they sound different when you hit them. Which seems like a random remark, but it is a good hint here, because this is the first dungeon that makes use of such walls, and having the hint here allows you to understand that that is something you can do. The booklet also did explain that, but not everybody read the booklet, so having this as a reminder here that you can break walls and that you can search for them without using up the mattocks, because they do have a number behind them which basically signifies how many times you can use them. Okay, getting thrown around and having a power-up again. I'll be equalizing the stats now. It's nice in the beginning to increase your melee because you do not have anything else, but afterwards it's good to have some magical aptitude as well. And here you hear the tinging with the door, which means with the wall, sorry, which means that this is one that I can break. And then I slide over something and I'm getting caught in a lot of... in a box of plants here, which is teaching me that that different weapons can do different things. In this case, the sickle can remove these plants and allow me to walk there. In addition to doing a little bit more damage than the battle axe. Come on. Okay, I have another use of that. No drinking in combat. Those two things don't work well together. And there are a few quirks. Okay. These enemies, for example, I can't kill them yet, but my companion can. But his fireballs are not the best for really doing a lot there. I'll be ignoring doors I don't need to go through, like this one. Probably going to have a new level up again soon anyway. Bloody hell. I do not have anything to heal poison at the moment, so I will need to rely on cure to heal myself back up. Okay. That's an unexpected death. Do I have the key or not? I saved just before getting the key to the cave. Okay. Quick repeat. Luckily we didn't lose more than a few minutes. Back into the cave. Will we be bringing companion along again? And again, I do want him to help out here. Oh, because of the key I don't have cure equipped anymore. That's a mattock. Those are up to a certain point very welcome. The 4 first slots in inventory are going to be mattocks. Okay. Another level up, unreachable, and this part is of course the same. These 3 rooms are not going to be new. Okay, I'm missing 1 more mattock and 1 more not bronze key. And I need to equip the sickle if I want to get out of here. Let's keep our health up and let's not repeat that unfortunate situation. Now I'm going to not use the candies, at least not at the moment. all I want to do... at the moment is get over here. And because they jump, they can traverse any terrain during their jumps. There we go. Cure once more. Let me open this door. We'll be needing a key for it. Okay, that was a weird sprite. Probably because we managed to get it either with a double hit or a weird moment where we also got hit and some of the stuff didn't quite transfer properly. Okay. Still not finding another key from the skeletons. They do indeed drop more keys. And we have a level up coming at a very good time and increasing wisdom, and so for level 7 now. And every uneven level from now on, we will have everything lining up. We'll need a mattock. It's not sounded, but we do want to use the stairs below here. And as we are doing a little bit more engineering, we find that it's swampy and there is a lot more water the lower we go. Although a marsh is also quite marked by the fact that they are wetlands. Now that I think about it, I'm not 100%. I think it's the soil that decides whether it's a swamp or a marsh, or it might be different words for the same thing. I'm not currently exactly sure, and I did not look up the etymology of these beforehand. Okay, there we go. And I'll have the last candy to fill up my health, and I'll be using Cure during the fight. So, boss fight time. Big two-headed dragon. Why he is here in the middle of this cave, there is no clear explanation. Ouch. I did heal in between. Ah, bloody hell. And I have to go all the way back because I didn't save in the cave. Okay. That's a bloody good showcase. selecting cure and then not healing when pushing the button. Understandable, I think a lot of people felt a little bit off-put by it. I think it was a risk that hasn't really paid off for Capcom, giving the player hunter a voice. Because beforehand you could at least roleplay your own answers to what was happening, and it's now canned and yeah, not exactly optimal. Tira, hello. Good morning to you and welcome in. I hope you had a good rest of your Sunday and that you started Monday well. I do realize you just woke up, so also for the both of you, I hope you are able to look forward to a good rest of a Monday here, and that work or chores are not going to be too annoying today. Okay, welcome in, Tira. Also, we are currently playing Mystic Quest, or Final Fantasy Adventure as you might know it. I had completely forgotten about the two different titles for the North American and European markets. Okay. Not getting those enemies easily here, and I do want to try not to waste time, because this is the third time actually I have to come through here because I died twice already. I'll be taking more safety saves from here on. And equip the sickle. Luckily, saves go pretty quickly, even for the amount of, well, for the complexity of the game. But I do think that they really pared it down hard on how much information is being saved. And unlike a comparison like Pokemon, there is a lot less. There's a lot less variance that can occur, as level ups are deterministic and not random in the stats increases and the resulting HP and mana values. My companion is not aiming his fireballs the best. You really managed to poison me. Luckily I do have pures, so antidotes. Let's go pick up the iron shield again from back here. The skeletons did not offer a new universal key. The claw they added in Wilds is nice. It is... okay. That might be mean. I do find it... it helps to keep the pace up, and it allows you to grab stuff from the places as you are riding by, which was a blessing for the story moments where you were just had these slow ride-alongs and so on. But in another way, it is not like the Monster Hunter of old, where the gathering of material was a chore. It wasn't click, click. I understand why they did it, and I enjoy it in that aspect, but yeah. Mining is work, so you are not necessarily the quickest with it, and you have to repeat each strike, even though you can hold the button down. But if you do want to mine out an area, you do have to invest some time to it. It's not a quick click and we have everything. Okay, that's not exactly what I wanted to do. But I can make the stairs appear. I will save. If you mean by you as real life, I guess I agree with that. I'd definitely also be slower. Mining swinging pickaxes is hard work. Not perfect, but I did defeat the dragon this time. The two-headed dragon. Found the magic book of fire, I learned fire, and I found the mirror. Show it to the guy at Ket's. He'll scream and show his true colors. Bye! If you don't mind emulation, Game Boy emulation is very good. Basically, code device accurate nowadays, and I'm pretty sure it's still going to hold up even for a new player. There are, of course, some modern conveniences that are not quite as present. The text is a lot less detailed. They are focusing on getting information through rather than doing all of the complexities of world building. Although there is some of it, it is just not. It's not able to put as much information in as perhaps even Pokemon a few years later was able to. And the combat, in my opinion, still holds up. But you do need to consider that it's going to be a bit more janky. Okay. I am pushing them in. For anything of the PlayStation Portable Monster Hunters, have a look at PPSSPP, the PlayStation Portable Simulator. It's running like a dream on basically any device you can find. It's free. and it opens up one of the best handheld libraries to emulation. We're finding a one-time use item spell, which I am not going to be using a ton. No. Okay. That was close, had the game decided that, no, I do not deserve that heal, or the timer expired earlier, I would not have gotten... I would have fallen again. Hello, mouse. And I'll be using my second mouth talk to get through the wall here. I do... found a healing potion. Found another pillow and found a crystal. Okay, I really need a level up here. There are monsters in here that I can only defeat with magic. And even though at the moment it's not too bad... Ah, there we go. Pulling my wisdom and the other connected stats back up. Okay. Nope. Fire. As I said, I do want to bring along as much as I can. Is tomorrow the last day of the CG? I thought it should be. Nope, it's running until Thursday. At least according to Inara. Which I do think is correct, so we have a few more days to hunt pirates and make money. I can join you at a with the daylight saving time for the North American continent. I'm home about 20 to 30 Central European time, so my time, and then I'll be happy to jump on for some pirate hunting. We got a chain whip. Anybody who knows or has an idea what game this is an homage to and what the boss of this dungeon might be, feel free to put your ideas into chat. Found another sleeping spell. I'm probably going to be selling those off. If not, throwing them away because I am missing inventory space. Found another crystal. Those also sell for a nice amount. And yes, this is an homage to Castlevania. So will then be the boss here at the end. Okay. Let's go through the lower rooms here. This is not a bad status because of the fact that it makes things a little harder to see. It doesn't really make everything black. And we have another level up. I'm going to go for more power at the moment because that also increases defense a little bit more. And we've been around, haven't we? Yeah, we have been completely around. We can now get back up. It's been an amazing platform. I do understand that not many people develop for it anymore or some such like. It's not at all a concurrent platform, but they have released a ton of really good games for it. They've really managed to take a ton out of it, especially compared to when you compare this to one of the first games like Super Mario, not World, Land? I think it was Land. The difference in depth and so is amazing. Not to say that Super Mario Land is a bad game, it is just much more limited, but what it sets out to do works well and is still a ton of fun even nowadays. I'm pretty sure I have to going to throw stuff away later on. The biggest unfortunately is that it would be much easier nowadays to emulate it, because the game, to get the games for, or the cartridges for the system, come on, I did have, no? There we are. I missed the proper casket row where she was locked into. Something I also have to say, this has gotten a remake, this game. Unfortunately, that is the case. Yeah. But this game has gotten a remake for the Game Boy Advance. Okay. Are you kidding me? Why did that crash? Oh damn, you crashed hard. Wow. Wow, this crashed really, really hard. No idea why. But it crashed so hard it deleted the battery. Okay. Let me have a look. Let me have a look if I can't recover the old battery. I'll be losing some time, but if there's nothing I can do... Damn, it crashed so hard that it didn't save the RAM to file. And this is probably not going to be... Okay, that's old. Okay. Okay, now I'm confronted with either restarting the game, which means about an hour lost, or am I going to pick up from here, which means that I'm jumping forward about 10 minutes. But we're missing the boss I was hyping up. Tira, I am happy to hear that you are comfortable and that you have some sun. Phew. Yeah, okay. I think I'm going to need to restart. I do not like the idea of skipping content, even if it's only a little bit. And I can fix the naming then at the same time. Okay. I'll need to go... I want to go through quickly because this is now a repeat. I am sorry for that. I did not expect the game to crash that hard. Didn't even expect the game to crash, if I am honest. And while 44 outside temperature might not be too much, it's going to translate into 64 inside, so 18 degrees, which, while some might consider it cool, others consider a good house temperature. And I think it depends on what you're used to. So yeah. Quick restart. Oh, things happen. It's annoying, and I am unhappy about it. But I'm not going to let it dampen. But I did seriously consider whether I should continue and skip a little bit of content I can show. And that's not me anguishing. Okay, rambling. That was not me anguishing over the fact that I crashed, but what would be the best for stream, and I did decide that having that content in is better than skipping out on it. I haven't lost money in quite a while, but I absolutely understand what you mean. I think my biggest loss was something like 600 million in exploration data. Came to came in too quick at the landing. Exploration and exobio data when Odyssey was released. Went around, came in too hard with my then Anaconda as an exploration ship, and smacked into the planet's surface, and the small shield gen didn't do an entire mitigation, and having taken damage beforehand, I just crashed and burned. That hurt. That hurt a lot more than this. This is more just weird in that I do mean it when I say that Game Boy emulation is usually running rock solid, and that I did want to think about how to proceed, because I did have a battery at almost the same point, but just past what I was doing, so yeah. For those who didn't want a repeat, we are getting a repeat, unfortunately. Okay, I'm going to be picking up our lady companion immediately. Or girl, as they call her in the beginning. The game crashed and it didn't save on server. Yeah, that was very, very lucky. I'm happy that it worked out for you. Okay, we're going to quickly go over to Boggart again. And bringing Fuji with us. Did we have enemies here? Yeah. But we're coming across that part again. And yeah, this is a little bit more open. You can do a little bit of exploring here. But the swampy areas here are not... You're not yet really able to fight. Can you please stop it? The spawn of the enemies is random, and I want them to spawn in the lower corridor, which they currently refuse to do. Haven't even found any candies yet, rather. Yeah, the game is just spawning them constantly in locations I can't reach them. Luckily I can fight these angry bees, and this is much nicer. Second level up. As before, we are pushing martial prowess first, then we'll be having magic catch up. We can use some healing here. Our first candy. Okay, and everybody's running away. So let's go pick up the Mattock at Boggart's. As this is now not a surprise who this man is. He is indeed Boggart. And the game does remind us that we ought not to attack an old man. But it's not me trying to attack him, it is just me trying to get through the text faster. Not something I was trying to do Before, I was happy to let it sit for a bit. And we're getting, for anybody who joined late, getting the explanation that we need to bring her to Boggart, that there was a war of mana before, that this power can be used for evil, and that they were losing the war, and then they got help from a lady wearing the same pendant that Fuji currently is wearing. Will you come up? Of course, they don't want to cooperate now for easy experience. Let's ask Fuji to heal us up again a bit more. I'm up now. Let's kill that monster. We need the mattock here in order to get through. I really had a much more filled inventory and a lot more cash in the first run as well, taking things a bit slower. I have enough for the upcoming purchases though, although I'm not going to be able to buy quite as much this time probably. Another level up, one more into power. I'll be saving every level up from here on. Twice actually. I am going to use the save files offered to me by the emulator in the case of another crash as hard as we had before, where it even forgot my saves. And I will buy the battle axe here. I will buy a key. And for now, that's it. Let's equip that axe and go into the swamp. And that was terribly bad. No. No, that's what I wanted to do. Okay, let's make some more cash, hopefully here. Okay, that's going to take a while. $60. That is exactly the amount we need, and we're going to buy a second mattock in order to be able to get through this without needing to rely on drops, which in this particular run have been very sparse. Mattocks are 7 users, so they have a number behind here. This one says 7, the other said 5, I think. Then we bring it back into inventory. 5. and after that they disappear. Basically, they are destroyed. Keys are also limited use items. Each key in the inventory has a use of 4 times. And you do need to be aware of that, and that is... And I need 6 or 7... yeah, I need 7 Mattock uses from Boggart until after the... so from Boggart to finishing the cave is at least 7 Mattock uses, and having removed one means that I would need to rely on drops inside the cavern, which are possible, but are either means that I have a very low drop rate, or I need to rely on the fireballs that the companion in the cave is shooting to kill monsters that I personally cannot yet kill, for I do need the fireball for that. And that leads to the issue then that can take quite a long time, more than quickly grinding for some gold there and bringing along an additional Mattock. Later, when I have the fire spell, it is less of an issue because I can kill those enemies by myself. Exactly. And rather than using some minutes to hope for a drop I need like this, I have guaranteed enough Mattock uses until after this cave. Okay, that's the wrong key. I need to use the bronze key, which, unlike the normal keys, does not have a usage limit. And you can find as many bronze keys as you do want. The lizardmen, sorry, do have more than one key. No, I am going to go for Cure. These floating lizards can hurt pretty badly. Yeah, it's... Do I rely on luck, or do I take advantage of a decent but possibly less profitable route? And it is absolutely the same idea. I'm going to go back to Cure. I'm going to switch over to the sickle, although sickles were rarely swung around in circles like that. Okay. Are you kidding me? Okay. I do have enough antidotes, though. And I do have mana to power some cure spells. Without it, it would be less easy. And also, unlike last time, it was a very good idea to bring the Mattock, because I am not finding anything in the drops. I'm not getting very few drops at the moment. These orbs can drop, and they do drop Mattocks with a decent regularity, but I can't kill them myself. As such, I need to rely on the man, my current companion, but juggling those fireballs into the enemy is a chore. Yep, not getting lucky. I will be fetching the iron shield here. It only blocks damage from the front, but the better your shield, the more damage you can block. Yeah, pretty much. In a pinch, you can try and get them to hit some stuff, but it's very finicky. So, not needing to rely on it is the better option. Okay. Okay, that's a monster running away. Okay, come on. Well, the companions here have a few advantages. You don't need to look after them. Fair enough, he's not terribly helpful in clearing a room or so. But I can respect what he does, and that having a very steady, good, strong aim would be a little bit OP. So, end of the Mattock. I am going to save again. Double save and equip Cure. And I am facing this dragon again. It's beeping a lot because the only part that is vulnerable are the heads, and the game is trying to make sure you understand that. Well, I do enjoy the heal here. In the beginning, it's a lot, but as so often with RPGs, the longer on you go, the better it goes. And I do have fire now, so I can burn those stumps, and they are very willing to offer me ether, which is a very welcome item that you can use to refresh your magic points, which I'm not going to be doing immediately. Oh, yeah. I misunderstood that. Thank you for the clarification. Which basically allows the companions to be useful, not frustrating, and it doesn't feel like an escort quest but a companion, and that is something I do feel like absolutely great, and that this game already understood that. Makes me actually quite happy. So I want cure. Then the sickle has the unfortunate tendency to pull enemies into you. And we're having another level up. Very nice. I need the fireball here. I thought I had it equipped. So now that I can kill the bubbles and stuff myself, if I don't shoot the fireball out into the void. Makes it such that I can begin to rely on the drops from them. It's not the fastest, but now we can. I do hope that our drop luck does get a little bit better. And I'm going to be healing up with an item as well. One more fireball. I'd be happy for a Muttock drop here. No. It depends on the spell. Cure costs 2 mana. Fireball costs 1 mana. Sleep costs 2, I think. Pure, so detoxifying, costs 1. Explosion, one of the latest ones. Sorry, spoiler. One of the latest ones costs 3, and that's the most spells will cost. So 1, 2, or 3. And I think I will have the ether here, because these can also drop ether when I'm lucky, but they also provide me with experience, allowing me to level up earlier. And now we have 14, so 14 fireballs or 7 cures. Damn it, that one flew away. And a cure potion rather than the spell, because that means I have 2 more fireballs. I need to stay careful with the mattock use. I so far really didn't get lucky. I'd expect one mattock at least to have dropped. I hope... No, it feels like... It feels a little bit like the game is like, yeah, I crashed on you and now I'm not going to give you anything. Especially compared to before where we were getting... No, wrong, magic, fire, equip, chain. And I hadn't equipped the iron shield yet. Yeah. As you read in the hint, there is a star that can also break the walls, and once you have that, since that's a constant, that's basically a weapon, like the chain, afterwards you'll be freed from the mattocks, but up until then it's a very important resource. They are luckily not too expensive, and as we saw before, usually they do drop from enemies, but today, or in this second run, it's been decided that we won't be dropping you anything. Okay, that was unfortunate. I do not have a heal here anymore. So I do need to cure with the spell. It's random and we might just have a bad beginner seed or a bad seed in general. It is fine. Worst case, I do know where I can farm for them here. Although I do hope that that is not going to be necessary. And I also know how to walk a few of the rooms here that I don't need quite as many mattocks. Not necessarily the part down here below, but here there are possible shortcuts which I won't be using because they require mattock use. That is actually really nice. Those are 2 cures. That leads me back down to the beginning of this floor. And the weird zombies, I think they can drop ethers. They do so rarely though, so it's not a big deal. Back to fire to be able to fight enemies that my chain whip is unable to damage. Okay, that was not surprising. That is a locked door, and luckily I would have had another replacement key. Quick refill time. I did already finish up the 2 glasses. And unlike other games where you have time, where you clearly have time to load everything, to refill all the glasses, I do need to take the time out of the game here to do so. Posture check. Thank you very much. I am sat properly in the chair. And we have a few more enemies here. True, I did have the key equipped last, so here we go. We can use that door, which leads us into the room with the vases blocking the entryway to a door. Or the way to a door, I think, is more concise while conveying the same information. We have a cure and we have a pure. And we can switch back to fire. So, if I had come through that door, I would have needed to remove those vases with a mattock. And as such, I am saving a little bit. That is very nice. Allows me to level everything back out. And from here, there I'll be taking the shortcut back to the stairs. Finding ourselves back on the roof of the castle. I'm a level behind, but that might still change. It's still a bit of castle left. But I was behind the other save I loaded into before. That was level 12 after the castle. Oops. I can't hurt the zombies except with fireballs. So let's do that correctly. Crook, crook. And be coming back to the... Are you serious? Double poison, which in a way I did still have something for, but that is now gone. I'll see if I can't get a fresh mattock from this room. First the skeletons, then... No, they did not want to drop any. So probably what I'll do is go back to the shop. Or... Hey! Or do you want to drop one? Apparently he did want to drop one. So I don't even need to go back to the shop. That's a lot of experience. There is another key. Okay, we don't need a fireball here. And we have more cure potions. That's my victim. Somebody's unhappy. And a clear reference to, as Vraig already said, to Castlevania. It looks a little bit different. They did not have the license to do a one-for-one, of course, but the idea is surely there. And here we have the Magic Book of Sleep. That should be another 2 mana per spell. Wendell is to the south. Let's hurry. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. I do want to see how much this takes, although I do want to the enemies at a place I can actually defeat them. And it's 1 mana, not the 2 I was expecting. That's fine. Yeah, that was trying to attack the man, the Earthman that had burrowed away there. Okay, I do not need another bronze key. I will need to switch to the sickle here. I won't be focusing on defeating all of the enemies. Now I will, now that I've been replenished with my magic. I'll take these additional experience points along. No, not magic. I need to re-equip the chain, or I wanted to re-equip the chain. Also, because I do need the chain to pull myself over there. That went a little bit far. But here we go. Our first big city. Some new enemies, of course. Now that we're getting into a more forested area. Come on. And this is Vendel, the sacred town. When told by a few people we need to get here, we'll be paying a bit of gold to refill our health and magic. And we'll have a quick look around. Here is the man that has been helping us. Hello, how have you been? Just the house of an old man. I hear that the tree of mana is very beautiful. That's all hearsay though, we haven't seen it. The waterfalls make all of our rivers flow. The water springs from the root of the tree of mana. Mana is supporting our nature. Chiba's in here, meaning up. Up the moat, but there is a weapon salesman. And I do have some money to upgrade my equipment. I'll be buying all the iron armor. The broadsword is still the same as I had. Oh, I'm sorry, it's a broadsword, not a bronze sword. The first one you get. And I'll be selling the old armor such that it does not take up any room in the equipment screen, because also that is limited. Chiba is a sage. He used to be a great warrior. Absolutely, please have a good rest of your Monday, and let's hope that work is fine and not annoying today. Dwarf Cave is to the west. Nice piece of information to have. And we'll be having a quick look here. Let me have a look. What did we gather? We didn't get any crystals or more valuable material. I'll be selling bronze and buying 2 muttocks. Sell the bronze key. Thank you very much. Thank you, and to you too. Whoops, that's a fireball. Let's hope I haven't burned down the house. And now we'll be visiting Chiba in the temple here. Chiba. I am Chiba. Bogart told me about you. Oh, yes, it sure is the symbol of mana. Step forward. You'll see what you must see. Fuji, my dear. Mom! Mom? That lady. She's the one who encouraged us. I must tell you now, Fuji. You and I are the members of the Mana family. We are the seeds of the Mana tree. We must guard it. Vandal abused the power of mana long time ago. So I sealed the waterfalls with that pendant so that nobody can come close to the mana tree. But again, Glaive is trying to use it for evil. Guard the mana tree with the Gemen Knights. Mother's figure disappeared. Mom. Glaive is attacking us. What? I'll take you to a safe place. Thank you. Where did he take her? I'll check. Apparently to a safe place. He attacked me from behind. And there is monsters in the city now. Can you... Okay. Crack a few of the beginner monsters and we'll have a look outside the city. Fuji! Someone Julius? Why, you helped me once before. I was not sure if she was the right girl or not until I saw what happened inside there. I was waiting for this chance to get her. And now, Glaive has... Okay. Sentence structure. And now Glaive has her in our hands. Okay. Still, the sentence is not exactly. Fuji! And we get catapulted to the wall. You have no chance against me, my dear. Fuji. Maybe nostalgia speaking here, but whereas the choreography is pretty easy, I do enjoy it. Julius took her to the west in his airship. I'm going. Then take this with you. Magic Book of Heal. Learned Heal. That's the... this magic will help you recover. Thanks. So this is the general recovery magic, not just against poison. And the NPCs are back saying the same things as before. Come on. We have a dock here. That'll come back into play later. Crack, crack. Found nectar, don't remember exactly what that does. Okay. Unclear. If it's unclear, I'll collect it and sell it. Do I need to go up here, or can I go... around this way as well? It looks like I can still go around here. Leveling up our wisdom stat again. Keeping everything even. Okay, I'm not being able to go forward without the battle axe. Do I have... I still have a few cure potions. I can't continue through there. That's the dwarf cave, at which currently I'm not getting really anything of need. Yes, off and I both would have been correct. Found some gold. That'll be nice to sell later on. We need to walk our way through the forest here. We have a shop here, at which we can immediately sell the gold, I'm guessing. Oh, it's an inn. Okay. I'll be taking the offer. Although I do have the memory of there being a possible shop about here as well, but that might be later on. Later on it is. Oh. I did have to visit the dwarves first. Let's throw our axe out here. And we recover via level up. I forgot about needing some oil there, so we'll have to come back later. After buying some, I should not need the battle axe here. Let's see. That looks more like the way back. Welcome to the dwarf cave. I used to play at the old mine with Watts. Want to use the trolley? You have to oil it. You can get it at the store to the south. The airship went to the west. The Gaia Pass leads to the western land. So it was not even visiting the dwarfs, but it was getting the oil. Watts likes the mine. He went there today too. Whoops, I'm wrong there. He's looking for some silver. Gaia has its own will and feelings. It likes silver. Strange, isn't it? Okay. But we will make our way to the southern shop, which requires us to whip ourselves over the river here. And here at this beautiful shore we are finding the shop we are looking for. Let's do a little bit of selling. We'll be selling the gold. We'll be selling the nectar for 44. And now we'll be buying... I have more than enough mattocks, so I'll only be buying the gold. No equipment. I do need to re-equip the axe. A lot of logging happening today. Luckily, we don't have to log bugs, but unluckily, we have to log a forest. And I think that the former is less tedious and less tiring than the latter. Needs to be oiled. Basically a reminder, please oil me now. No, that's too early. Not that you can really do anything. But I can level up during this minecart ride. Here we are. We get catapulted off the rails into a hole. Not sure that is necessarily what you want to see, but it is working. Wow, are you okay? Ouch. Ah. Yeah, falling is not necessarily nice. Thanks. Do you know this cave well? Looking for silver? Let's go together then. And he is... I have very useful things. He's a shop. Soft, Moogle, Mattock. Nothing terribly important. But if I do gather stuff that I want to sell, I can do so immediately. And I'm not going to be running out of Mattocks or keys or anything like that. Need to beat the fleas here. Could have taken the Mattock out earlier, but it's looking fine. Okay, more Mattock needs. Which we will, of course, first take the open path. Nice, nice. This is a healing lake. I didn't need it. But nice places. Luckily, I did have did have sufficient mattock uses there. Nope, wrong. It's more unfortunate than anything else, in the sense that I will need to buy them from Watts, or I need to... Come on. I need to buy them either from Watts or from somebody else, or be lucky with the drops. Neither is the greatest, so I do hope for... I do try and be a good steward of my mattocks. Not just swing them around at random, hoping to hit gold. Okay. We are at the end of the dungeon. You might not have realized that, but we are. And so what I want to do now, I'm switching back to Cure. And I'll be climbing down here. Big centipede. His body... unfortunately invulnerable. But all in all, he has a good pattern. There we go. One defeated Megapede, sorry. Found silver. Nicely pre-mined in a chest. I'll take it back and forge some armor and swords. Gaia will let you in if you wear silver stuff. Come see me at the dwarf cave. And I don't need the mattock here, I do need the battle axe. You are bringing candy. Candy is nice and sweet and heals a little bit, but it's not the big healing item, and I can re-equip the chain from here on out. No, I could not have. No, it's neither item nor magic. It's equipment I wanted to go into. Whip, whip, whip. A few more enemies here. And I'll be doing... No, I don't need to do the run around. So at the dwarf cave, everybody else is still pretty much saying the same things. And Watts. I made some things out of that silver. Take these and you can pass through Gaia. Silver armor. Silver shield. Silver sword. An immediate new opportunity to equip some stuff. And now I will be selling all of the iron stuff I just took off and the broadsword as well, since with the sale, with the purchase of the silver sword, I have no need for a sword weapon anymore that is worse than this one. And I do think that despite its lower reach, swords are my favorite weapon in Mystic Quest. And yes, I am calling it Mystic Quest. I do understand that there is the duality with Final Fantasy Adventure for North America. Bloody hell. For North America, but I'm keeping passing Devil's Gates here. Luckily, they are easy enough to trick. And we have passed through Gaia. Wait, Sumo. Boggart! Fuji was taken by Glaive. Chiba told me about that. Julius is good at disguising, but don't worry, we can save her. Glaive's airship is refueling at the lake up north. I'll come with you and help. Let's go. I think he's another tutorial. Indeed he is. Geminites can use the special powers of weapons. Try and see when your willpower is full. Willpower is the bar at the lower end. Is the bar in the lower part of the screen. Let's get it right. With that bar full, if you wait for it to fill up, you do have access to a few special moves. I did want to defeat those werewolves. Hedgehog and Shouty Radish, I think. That's another in. And for the low price of 10 gold pieces, I don't mind staying. Found Nectar. That's the opening of Gaia. Okay. Quick charge and back. That is one of those special powers of weapons. One of those special powers that Boggart was talking about. And yeah, we saw a few others as well. We saw the axe throw. And some other... Okay, either gold or candy. Please give me gold. Much better. Do I still have good items to heal? I do. I still have some cure here. And I think I'll be munching on a candy. Nice and sweet. And this is why I took the detour here. Another house. This time I'm pretty sure it's a shop. Although I've been calling a few inns shops now already. But this is indeed a shop. Well, it's a mixed weapon and item shop. But it allows me to buy the one silver piece that Watts didn't have, and that's the helmet. I will be selling all the gold. There's nothing else really I can do with it. And I'll be selling the nectar as well. And the candy, I think that their time is better used to heal up. Or just throw them away. 2 gold is really not much anymore. Can you blast these with fire? Yes. Also, these water beings can be easily defeated with a fireball. And now starts a longish... Okay. That's what Boggart means. We do need to wait for our will to fill up. It's going pretty decently. But you still have to wait for a few seconds. But in this case, for the chain, it extends the reach of the chain. And with an extended reach, I could reach the post I should wrap it around and pull myself over with. And here is indeed our next dungeon, an airship, Glaive's airship to be precise. I will be switching back to the Silver Sword for as long as possible. And they are using monsters as workers on this ship. But not only. A girl is being held in a room in this airship. Yes. Thank you for finally letting me use the door. The Silver Sword has some interesting properties. It can damage monsters that usually I would only be able to hurt with a fireball currently. I have these weird ice stalks remembering me of Monster Rancher, if I'm honest. You have a lot of life. No! Oh, bloody hell. At least it's not too far. And I do think we're pretty close to the end here. Less than I thought, but still. It's still good that I'm saving every few minutes. Okay. We were almost to the end here, so we didn't really lose much. We're going to buy a Mattock as we did before. Switch to Cure. And redo the fight now. Oh, you're coming from there. Defeated the Megapede again, found silver again, I'm going out again, I'm going to buy silver again, silver items again, and then I'll basically be where we were before. I might not be able to gather quite as much money on the way back. I wouldn't actually not be surprised if I couldn't. If less monsters and items drop as the universe is taunting me about my defeat. No, I wanted to re-equip the chain here. Again, it's not a bad thing. I have more than enough money for everything at the moment. And while that may change, if my bad luck holds, I can always grind a little bit. Okay, at least for this part, I have not gone lacking. Level up. Another devil's door, easily tricked. We're having Boggart catching up again. Same explanation that Julius is good at disguise and that we shouldn't be feeling bad for him having tricked us. And he is going to help again. Got one of the four. I do want to bring your experience along with me, so fire magic it needs to become. Okay. Had to double check that. Not getting as much gold, and we do remember we need to fell these trees. Damn it. Oh well, I'll definitely have less money now. But I do have enough money to buy the silver helmet here, and that's it. Don't need anything else. Need to sell something. Missing a level probably as well compared to the last time. May we find a little bit of gold right now? No, but we do have the level up. We'll be taking the axe back out to go through this part, back to the sword, and we don't go on. We switch to the chain and wait a little bit. Well, with how it screams, it's probably not daikon, it's a mandarake. No, that was completely correct. Back on the ship. These unfortunately do not drop gold. Pew, pew. Yeah, they're holding a girl here. Not interested in much more at the moment. But the silver sword has... it can attack more enemies than the normal weapons can. Get back to work. Yeah, we're not part of the crew. Okay. The donut luckily did not transform me into a Moogle. It can. But I was lucky to escape it here. No path the other side. A pillow, spell. Can I go this way, or is there a locked door? No, it's open. Many years ago, Dark Lord found a baby in a cave at a waterfalls near Glaive. That's Julius. Okay, this is the other way. We do first have to go this way. Do we have a cure potion? Yes, we still do. I'll be following that up with a candy here. No, with 2 candies actually. Not even sure if that was worth it or if I shouldn't just have drank the 2. Nice flying charge, and then we're taking some scratches from the werewolves. That's another boy. Julius is taking the charge of this airship. Should be able to defeat you as well. Hey, very nice. That's not what I was expecting from you, actually. Okay, you're dropping cure. Can I use the bed? That would be too nice. I can. And here, this is locked, so that means this is our goal. Here we found Fuji. Boggart, hurry! It's moving! This door is locked. How about the windows? It may open. I'll get you from outside. Be careful. I'll stay and guard Fuji. Okay. Ouch. Okay. That is feeling better, although I do want fire over cure at the moment. Found will. And we go on back up to the top of the airship. These doors are substantial. That's not just a small light plank, that is a substantial amount of wood even. Wrong item, can't even say wrong button. Although fire, in that sense, is not an item. And you're giving me candy. Getting a level up here, some more wisdom, 4 more fireballs, and an ether for even more fireballs. How does the map look? Not bad. Found some more will. Probably will want to sell those. And if I don't want to destroy the pots at the top, I can take the lower path here over. And I can't carry anymore. Found ether, very nice. And replaced candy with cure. We do know which one is the better one. And that is of course the candy, because candy is sweet and not bitter like the cure potions. Stuck behind here, all I can do is get back to the top of the airship, this time at the stern. Can't carry. If I knew there was a chance for gold, I'll risk it. But like this, yeah, no chance. I'm not going to sacrifice something for the chance of more candies. There's not really anything. Sheesh, what was in there again? Something like will, I'm guessing. No, cure. I'm going to use the cure over the will anyway. One might be more valuable, but that is not bad. Let's go. Keep this pendant, Sumo. Give me the pendant. Sorry for misreading that. Hold on. I can't. You. Second time. Wow, somebody came down from the sky. Sumo? Do you know him? Sumo. I'm glad to see you again, my friend. I came back from Glaive after you left there. Oh, Sumo, I'm sorry, but I have to. Where am I? Pendant. Where is it? I thought that was Amanda talking to me. We used to see many chocobos around here. I saw an egg in a forest up north. Are you okay, boy? You are in Menos. Amanda left the village earlier this morning. And a new weapon, a spear this time, can also be thrown. That is a decent increase in our battle power. I used to hear a beautiful sound of harp over in Jad. Jad is at the north end of the desert. Amanda's little brother, Lester, is a musician. He's playing harp in a town called Jad. What's wrong with Amanda lately? She's depressed. The Book of Ice is hidden somewhere in the desert. Oh yeah, ice is an ice spell. Costs 2 mana, and I'm not going to say anything more at the moment. Okay. Let's have a look. Key. Ether. Seriously, you're going to keep 2 cure? Or shall I keep 1 cure and ether? 3 ether? Okay, I'm going to keep only 1 cure. Although 20 is not necessarily a valuable buying proposition here. I won't be selling the silver sword though. So we have found Menos, a cozy village close to a desert. Will you come teleporting over? Thank you very much, even multiplying. Ah, there we go. Later than before, but gold is still to be found. And despite the running over the overworld here, it is a very linear game. So far at least. Those are spitting about lightning. I don't think I can find anything over there. Yeah, no. Good morning, Tira. That is fine. It is an hour earlier for you than it is normally. I was unfortunately completely unaware of that you're already switching over to summertime. I do need to take that into consideration with the timing announcement from now on. Although no, actually I do think it's an hour later for you than normal. You got they stole an hour, so it's 10:40 for you at the moment. And we have found an egg out of which somebody comes out. Hey, don't follow me. You think I'm your mother? Okay, come with me. And now I can ride him, or become him. Which way around it is, it doesn't matter, but it is important for me later. Yeah, the normal cures just don't cut it anymore. don't see very much, but I saw enough to be able to fight. Some more fireballs, all about. And I found some more gold. That is actually really nice. I am happy to be able to fill up my coffers or fill up my inventory with valuable stuff a little bit here. And now we are spearing scorpions and lizard monsters in the desert. And here comes, and that is also something I'd be interested to hear from you. How you think an explanation coming up, how well that is understandable. No, oh, no. Can I still use magic? And I can, that was exciting, to say the least. And I found fangs. Okay, I wonder whether that is me or whether that is my headphones giving out, or whether that is my might be the headphones giving out. But it is only that is an empty chest. Are you trying to make fun of me? But I do know why it's empty. Found some rubies. That's also nice. That's a magic shop. I can buy some ether, and I can buy some other magical items. I do think I can sell the gold and stuff immediately. Oh, damn it. No. Okay. I rushed too much. I sold something I shouldn't have. I do need to find a new fang. This time we then can be sure that that it won't be empty. Okay. Did I find new fangs? That's an important question. I have currently not. That is something I do want before going to the city. Not back. I'm not going back to Minos. I do not have anything I need anymore in Minos. But I am getting a nice level up here. Another ruby. Poison gas. Okay, didn't take too much damage. And I have cure equipped for when I need it. Although I can cure myself 71. We're a bit away. We were a bit away there from a brilliant number. They can go onto water. We can't. And that is just 2 trees, apparently. Okay, I do need to stay in the desert for a little while longer. Unfortunately, rubies are not as valuable as gold, but I have to take what I can get. Though you don't have to drop rupees on me. I want you to drop a fang, please. Well, you drop a no, of course not. Scorpions can also drop fangs, if I do remember correctly. And now we can go to the city, sell all of those rubies. Stone is luckily not the most dangerous, but it is an annoying status. Have another level up. Progressing nicely, I have to say. Level 23. Haven't saved for a while. Happily, no new crash. Wait for me. And absolutely silent. Welcome to Jot. Davias rules this town. I hate it. Davia's mother is a Medusa. She's in a cave. It's by the oasis at the desert, but it's hard to find. I don't know how, but a boy knows how to get in. Okay. Davias can cast a spell to change people to animals. Many people went to his place and never came back. Yeah, we had that. Thank you for letting me past. There is an item shop. Cave of Oasis, I'll tell you, for a bag of fang. So far, so good. Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a discussion point. The Cave of Oasis. Dang, me and my siblings, we sat there for the first time trying to solve this. Leveled a character up to 99 I want to sell. Really went ham because we couldn't find it. So we ground and we had money more than we needed and restarts to make sure we didn't miss anything. Maybe we missed an item or something silly like that. No. So, Cave of Oasis, I'll tell you, for a bag of fang. Here is the hint. Here's the clue. Palm trees and 8. Got it? Okay. Not a great hint, I'll be very honest. Not as bad as it could be. So, and the German hint was a lot better. I played this in German first. The German hint translated would be run an 8 at the palm trees. Gives you a few more clues. Basically, you have palm trees and you need to run a number 8 around them. But, oh boy, the Northern Valley is filled with poison gas. Yes, we did experience that, unfortunately, for our own. Here is the weapons shop I wanted to visit. What do we have? Gold armor complete, which I'll be buying because it doesn't make sense that gold is super weak. No, it's rarer and thus must offer more protection. And I'm joking a little bit here. This is, I know that I know it's for a long. It's been this way a long time. It hasn't been it hasn't made sense from the beginning, but it's a fun fact. I can just accept that gold armor is good. See that huge mansion? That's Davias's house. The poison gas appeared when the harp stopped. And this is Davias's mansion. I'm not going to go in there yet. To uncurse, you need a teardrop of a Medusa. So, and with that, we now have all the information we need. And now, run the 8 at the palm trees, or palm trees and 8. Get it. Now, we need to find the oases. This is the way out of the desert, if I remember correctly. No, it is not. So, this is clearly an oasis. Found another ruby. But there weren't any freestanding trees over there, so not a chance. Found some more fangs, although I do not need them. The rubies are much more valuable. So there's the magic shop. That's also not an oasis. This is not an oasis. Still no oasis. Let's heal this up. That's not an oasis. This is an oasis. And it worked first try. Okay. That's... okay, I understand now. This is the trigger plate. Let's redo that. Imagine we're here. And it works. Okay. Didn't do that for us. There might have been... this might be another revision of the ROM, but... we were puzzling. We would go... maybe like this. Yeah, like this it works. It doesn't work. And... you were like, okay, but that was an 8. You'd even continue it on. I just now got lucky that I took the wrong direction. But yeah, that took a while. That wasn't very well done. Amanda, did you take the pendant? Why? I'm sorry. I had to bring it to Davias. That pendant was to exchange him for my brother, but Davias cursed him and turned him into a parrot. I must get the Tear of Medusa to uncurse him. Amanda, I'll help you. Thank you. Mark, hello. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good... are you having a good Monday? I am currently enjoying Mystic Quest. I'm not sure exactly how far through I am. I'd say about half for my level. I'm about... at the max level. Half the max level, sorry. You'll usually top out the game at around 50, 51. So I'm making good progress despite losing an hour in the beginning, where I got unlucky and lost an hour's worth of progress. Found flame, found flame. And for everybody who is going to have the ads now, thank you very much for your patience with them. Okay, that is daft. Setting myself back a little bit more. Where are we? We're still carrying rubies and gold. Okay. What is my equipment? Silver. Okay. I do need to go into the city. I do think I need to get the horrible hint. Drag, welcome back. I hope you have a good time so far. I managed to die a few minutes, losing a few minutes of progress here. Nothing major, luckily. Not again an entire hour. I'll be buying the gold armor. I'll be rebuying the gold armor. And no, I do need to go back into the shop. I do want to sell the silver armor. I do not want to keep that, carrying that around as extraneous ballast. What will you do for your second main armor? Another event Crimson Fatalis. I see. I hope you are going to have a lot of fun with it. Let's take the Chocobo along. Yes, please. Just revenge. Fair enough. Revenge is not a bad thing. And that I do not have a fang. Okay. This is where I said they can be a little bit obtuse. That's a fang. So I can show you as well what I mean with this part can be a little bit obtuse. Do 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 do. Yeah, the fire resistance is indeed an issue. So if you go to this boy, Cave of Oasis, I'll tell you for a bag of fang, which I have now again. Here's the clue. Palm trees and 8. Got it. The part where you need to wait 5 streams in between being able to show your progress. I don't mind it too much, to be honest. There's not very many people I care about to watch Drake, but thank you very much for caring. I do understand the appeal of it, especially for your favorite streamers. Okay, it's day 67. I do know the meme you're referencing. So, I'll be going to the correct oasis immediately. So, I can understand that. it's not great. So let me come in from below. Yeah, I get that. So, you have 2 palm trees, you have the space to run the number 8 around them. And then you go ahead and you run your number 8, you run a bit further, nothing happens. And then you leave, you come back, there are 2 more oases on the map here. And you come back and you try it again. And all you've done is either go the wrong way around, as this works, or you've started from the wrong direction, because if you start here and this place, it also works. And we were sitting for a long time there, not knowing why it wouldn't work. The hint was actually clearer than it had been in English. We were told to run an 8 around palm trees in German, but it didn't really manage to go along very well with what we thought we knew. Okay. Let me try something here. Or I do hear some terrible interference, and I do want to know if that is from my headphones or... Oh, that is the emulator. That is the emulator after all. I was hoping it was not. Yeah, no, that is unfortunate. That is really nasty. I am sorry, everybody. I hope you enjoy doing your village quests. I think I'll be... What shall I do? I can... What happens if I play around with the sound buffer? 20 milliseconds. Nope. That's even worse. Luckily I did see that coming, that death. Especially if you're just playing about 200 milliseconds buffer size. If it remains, I'll need to see if I can find a new ROM for it. No, it persists. Yeah, no, that is not something I can I can really ask you to listen to, especially with how bad this particular part has gotten. Do I have another ROM of it? And then I'll just be pulling in the safe state and save. That is not what I wanted to see. Okay, I have that one. Let's switch. Let's load. Save RAM. Save slot. We're switching here. Okay, that does not have a safe. Understandable. I hope that Tetsukabra goes fine for you. Doesn't have a safe slot. Need to try and force it then. Save RAM. Copy. Paste. Okay, reset. Let's see if that worked. Okay. Okay, bloody hell, that is. That is bloody unfortunate. Let me just get to the point I can save like this. Flush safe RAM. Pause. Reboot. Okay. No, delete. Delete you. I'm sorry, everybody. Worst case scenario, we have to continue with that. With that annoying noise. Okay. Not sure exactly why they are not taking that. Let me see if I can... I do like the music. Copy, paste. Copy. Paste, there we go. I'm going to go back and forth. You're still working. That's the worst case scenario. Bloody hell. Thought I had a better state before. Okay, doesn't matter. I can't load that. Okay, so the ROM is not compatible. Okay, one last thing I want to try. But that is also probably not going to work. Okay, we're going to have to do it like this. Also redo this part. Okay, I am sorry, I hope that it's okay now. Maybe all it needed was a reset. But I did lose a few more minutes. Ah, sheesh. Okay. Should have the fangs still. And I got myself some more rubies here. If, of course, it does come back. I do apologize, but then there is nothing more I can really do. And we will need to persevere through it. Let's sell this armor. Got it. Did you have to step into my path? Yes, I know that you hate being here. You hate that it's ruled by Davias. Okay. Must be some sort of buffer overflow. Sheesh, that caused me quite a bit of anguish here. When it first started, I thought maybe it's my headphones giving up because it sounded very, very much like electrical interference. Okay, I do not have any pure, so I need to do it like this. Phew, no, I do not really have anything really good. Insect glaives are... I think over and above the normal hints, I think, like attack skills or so on, have a go at... Think about if you're not good at mounting, to bring some mounting skills maybe. Okay, we have Amanda explaining again that she had to take the amulet to save her brother, but now Davias refused, took the pendant, and now she is trying to find a tear of Medusa, a Medusa's tear, in order to save her brother. I also do need some fire spells. Yeah, okay. Next time I'm having issues, I'm just going to reset the emulator. It was the emulator's issue, but I went looking in other directions first. I don't think there is anything weird about that, though. Can't Amanda heal? I'll heal you from stone. No, she's only healing me from stone. Greatsword is pretty nice. I do like Striker and Guild from what little I've played, but those two styles are pretty close to what I've been playing in Freedom Unite as well. And as such, I am not sure if that is the best or even the most fun. Well, no, the best apparently is Valor Greatsword, of which I am really not the expert. Okay. Cave exploration is going fine though. So the Valor style is that you are readying yourself to take an attack, either defensively to evade or aggressively to parry, and you enter that stance when you start to put your weapon away, and depending on what you do, then you either go for an evade or you go for a just take the hit and move on. I'm not the expert, and I don't enjoy playing this style very much myself. Okay, we found a replacement Mattock. She'll heal me from stone, but that is not what I need. Okay, thought there might have been... I'll take the key as well. And I'll take this Mattock as well. And then switch back to the Wind Spear. Not destructible. This is not a devil's store, so it doesn't open or close as I am passing between them. And I can't carry that. What do I have for items? Do I have anything? Ah, they're carrying flame. That is not shabby. Having flame allows me to replace my fire spell, but I do think that my own spell is stronger than what I'll be able to get from the item. Well, have a look at it though. We have something up here. Okay, that is the path forward. If I remember correctly. At least equal. And because I do need Fireball a ton here, I'll be bringing some more along here. Okay, let's go have a look. I suspect that to have been the way forward. We have the healing lake here. But it might not necessarily be the way forward after all. Two more flames are needed. And one more hit with a Mattock. So now I doubly hope it's not the way forward. Oh. Yep, yeah, okay. I see. Have fun. Have fun experimenting with the great sword. Okay, I will need one more swing of the mattock there. And while it is the way forward, it is currently unavailable to me. Come on. Tetsukabra indeed is greatsword is a ginormous kitchen knife. Good to cut monsters, bad to cut groceries with. Or at least when you cut groceries with it, the issue is that the table is not very amused by the necessary gouges that you're going to be pulling through it, and as such I do not think it is the correct kitchen tool. Accuracy may also be a concern. But depending on how rough you're accepting, it might be working out. But yes, it is a big issue. And Zareshon, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. And here is a new piece of armor, which I already bought in the city before. I get it, but I do still think that the positives of a kitchen knife of that size do not outweigh the negatives. Okay. Doesn't open. Well, I do think there is not too much of a worry of using the correct amount of force. You're probably going to be using too much, and I just saw, yeah, if you do want a kitchen knife, a normal, quote-unquote kitchen knife, but in the big version as shown, that is absolutely something that is going to be very helpful and useful. You won't be chopping everything with it, but you can do a lot. Come on. You can do a lot, and it's going to be very helpful. I found the spell I need to be able to continue. The bloody tar pits do play hide and seek here. No. That was close. In the style, absolutely it would look awesome. It would be quite expensive though. There are knives that are as nicely decorated as that. Unfortunately, they are mostly then all handcrafted and do have the price to match, unfortunately. Okay, is that too high? No, luckily that wasn't too high. And now we have ice. Poof. And there we have the snowman we need to put onto the trigger here, and some more mice and zombies wishing us a good day here. And then the mummies, I am not going to leave them unattended. I've been told it's a cave, not a grave. There's a few letters difference between those two things. And I'll be honest, it doesn't look very much like a grave either. And we have reached basically the shooting zone. I'll be drinking this ether. Here we go. This will be your place to rest forever. Okay. I was correct after all. The spear can hurt Medusa. Well, it does fill up my magic points. Maybe because we don't possess magic that it is unwise. Came here to get my tears. What a joke. No tears. Can't find a drop of tear. Let's go back to Judd first. Ouch. Are you okay? I guess Medusa bit me while fighting. One who was bitten by Medusa turns to Medusa. So there is a cycle there, and it's probably going to be more of a revenge to anybody who manages to beat Medusa. If they are bitten, then they become a new Medusa, continuing the cycle and defeating the purpose of their victory at that moment. I'm going to turn into a Medusa in a short while. Please do away with me and take my tears, Sumo. No, I can't. I'm gonna be a monster. I might lose my mind and hurt people. Please, Sumo, before I lose my feelings, please take my tears to Lester. Tell him that I loved him. Please. Sumo, please. And this is something I really respect from the game. You have to do it yourself. I'm sorry, Amanda, but I had to. For two reasons. I don't have the tears yet. I'm only getting them now. Sumo took a drop of tear from Amanda's face. And while you can go, that locks the game in that state. You have to kill her yourself. And that's the, if I'm counting correctly, third death. And this one you did. And do remember, this is an E for everyone. Fair enough, it's primitive graphics and so, but you are asking a kid to kill somebody here. Yeah. And yeah, I will take Chocobo with me. Even though I will fight my way through the desert for some more experience. Yeah, that is a moment. And I am happy that they didn't take the easy way out. So now we have the tears. We will be saving Lester in Amanda's stead. Usually, yes, the more you use a weapon, the more practice you get with it, the more you can appreciate it. And we have a level up. And I do think we do need somebody to pay for what happened here. And I think that someone is going to be the person not keeping the promise they made. Absolutely. I hope you're going to enjoy your time with it. And now we come back to the city without sound, or without music rather. I'll be selling some of the loot that I have found in the desert, including a golden breastplate I had already purchased here. So I am getting part of my money back, and if I sell it, then I basically have all of the money back. You're selling for about half of what you can buy items, and here we are in Davias's mansion to what is probably supposed to be an opulent throne room. It's even called Amanda. It's That is absolutely fair. I hope that it is not going to be too much of an issue, that everything goes smoothly, that you don't have any trouble, and that you can enjoy your work as much as that is possible. And we're using the tears of Amanda, whom we killed ourselves, to release him from his curse that had been put onto him by Davias. And we have to explain that Amanda sacrificed her life to save him and all. To save me. Oh, Amanda, will you please help me to avenge my sister? Yes. Thank you, let's go. And he is opening the path deeper into the mansion. Mystic Tune, yeah. So, unlikely you need to train someone. Hopefully that goes fair. And Lester as a bard can change our music. Let's see what we can get. Does the button decide what music it is? It's probably random. Well, I probably could sit here and try go through the entire list. Okay. That is quite suboptimal. The demons here might be amenable to fire damage. They are not. Does the silver sword work? Partially. I haven't really found a community name yet. I guess it is becoming the time that I do need to decide on a community name. For now, yeah, I think that works. As hunters, I'll give it some thought. Okay, we can raise our wisdom with that. If only I knew. For there is a secret path here. Is this to be ignored, or does this continue? A dark magician. That is also locked, and I found a blizzard, which is the item for the ice spell. And a flame gives me the status condition dark. Okay. Let's take the stairs here. No silver sword, no damage. These black mages or dark mages do have quite a bit of health. Okay, running the circle around here opens this up for me. Found some more healing items. They are not worth it anymore though. Some more healing potions. And that door doesn't open. Do we have a connection here though? Okay, I'm rather going. I'll rather make sure. Oh, a new axe. Very nice. It's a were axe. I hope I don't transform the people into werewolves. And since I'm already here... No, wrong. I still need the mattocks. Still haven't found the star. Poof, poof, poof. And even this axe can't defeat these enemies. What do I have? I have a mattock. That's not cure. And as such, not valuable currently. That's a locked door. That's a locked door. Might feel like somebody wants to lock me in here. Ouch. Oh, okay, that hurt. Those firebolts hurt, and you can aim them much more nicely than Mr. Julius wanted to do. Okay. Just some coffins. That is not ominous at all. And that is a dead welcoming committee. And let's use the key again to break through this door. Okay, up here. Okay, I will be... Do I need a key for this? It's open, I did not need a key. I will be... Are you serious? Okay. Sacrificing. Damn it. That is unfortunate. I do need to... Okay. Okay, I am not getting renewed enemies, so let's see, what can I do? I can heal up once, and then I have 8 more. Let's save. Okay, that is not what I wanted to do. Luckily, I had just saved. And we go fight the boss now. Davius. Ha! You can never defeat me. Okay, can we... Okay, he's very much the wizard. And I found a spot where, yes, he hurts me from time to time, but I can hit him very consistently. We did it! The pendant is no longer here, my dear. Garuda is flying over Mount Rocks to Glaive. Davias fell. Going? Yeah, but the poison gas... My harp tunes will clear the gas, Sumo. I'll stay here and play Requiem for my sister. Okay, Lester, I'm going. Take care. Take this book with you, it might help. Receive the magic book of Mute, so if I use that, the enemies on the screen will be unable to use magic. It's a decent part of the kit, even though I'm not going to be using it much, and I'll be spending a few coins here in order to be able to recover fully. And I do want to take a moment to appreciate the music I know 8-bit Game Boy tunes, not necessarily the most complex of music, but it does what you wanted to do in that moment very well. In this moment, for example, in the city convey the melancholy and sadness of losing family. Of course, that does not carry outside of the city. But still, we did have to really do some bad sacrifices now. We lost Amanda, and while we managed to save her brother, he is now mourning the passing of his sister. That was a good throw into a nice level up. Very happy to see this. And of course, we can go ahead and defeat the werewolves. I'll be taking this for a bit more gold. To be fair, it's not very much, but we might have the luxury of a shop on the way. We do need to be quick because Garuda can fly and we have to walk. So we really need to put some effort in to be able to not beat Garuda, but be there before tragedy happens. Okay, that's a cave. Take your chocobo with you. Yes, of course, even though we're just going to have a quick look about. I'm not exactly sure. I think it was this vine that goes down. Yes. And here might be the shop I have been thinking about. It's indeed a shop. It's a magic shop, though. That is 3 ether. I'll be selling wisdom, blizzard, and so forth. Actually, not too much. I'll be selling the cure. Be happy if I could have bought myself some keys here, but I guess I forgot them in the city. Let's hope that either we meet some nice skeletons which are willing to pass one over to me, or that we do not need them in this dungeon so much. And here we are in a mountain cave. Ooh. Physical damage is not much, but the non-physical damage is bad. And again, I will need to ignore you. I do need to have... No, not wind. The silver. It's the silver sword here. Finding some more ether. And that is bloody telling me that No, there is a boss here. I'm probably still on the correct path. Big crab here. And I will need to thank everybody again for their patience with the ads and so on. The fact that I can only attack you from the front is slightly annoying, my dear crab. Please. Okay. Took a while, but I managed to defeat the metal crab. So this has to be the way forward. Now more than ever, I'm convinced this has to be the way forward. I need to get the axe back, and I want to have a look what is behind that telegraphed secret door. Ooh, okay, that was close. I did survive, even though I would have preferred recovering that life immediately and found Blizzard. Found another Blizzard. Okay, that's a dead end. For now, I'm guessing. But let us continue deeper into the cave. We can't be annoyed that that path was not leading to anywhere interesting. We do have to hurry and save Fuji. Okay. We're back on the road. Might be a later path then. Okay, this is not a healing lake. This is basically a dead end. Do I have anything to the right? Way forward, no. Either an inn or a shop. It's a shop. What do you sell? Some cures, some keys, some mattocks. I did buy a key if I do. Okay. And that should be indeed enough. Still have enough mattocks as well. But I'll be selling these 2 spells. I don't really need them. So, some more magic. Another forking road as we brave the mountain pass. Not sure if he had... if he's wearing swimming pants or swimming... yeah, pants. Trousers. No, they're not trousers. They're pants. Probably have to come back. Yes, we do have to come back, but we do exit from here. Level 29. We are making good progress. Okay. That's the wrong save file. We'll be here on Friday. Some of the worst state you can be forced into, but we survived and we are back on the road. That seems to be a giant throwing boulders. The jumping spring is an annoying one. And this is probably an inn, not a shop. Oh, it's a shop. It's a weapon shop. Very nice. I do want to see if I can get some new weapons. And, well, I can't get new weapons, unfortunately. I can buy myself some new armor. Opal armor. Together with a shield. Very nice. Very nice. That adds a decent chunk of defendability. They were expensive, but absolutely worth every penny. And some more experience as we are climbing across here. Luckily we did find the were axe, or this would be a tedious kill the monster advance issue. Don't jump over here, you transforming springs. Okay. Okay, I'm not going to take care of all the springs here. Although here I will. Missing 12 life, but 97 is better than what I had before. And we have reached an ocean. And we have a level up, which is very welcome here. Okay, we do go back over here. Found another X-Cure. I don't think they are super strong, but they are at least more useful than what I currently have. And these can poison. Luckily I have all the tools I need. Let me have a look. X-Cures have a double use as well. So far so good. And another cave. And we can only go one way or be trapped in an infinite loop. And that is the way. And that is a reset point. Can I hurt you with fire magic? Then your weird eyeballs I need to burn down to the ground. And on we go. And I'm guessing that if we go left now, we do reset the dungeon. Pock, pock, pock. But there is no other way. Okay. Up works as well. And I don't know I don't care using 2 fireballs on you. Okay, you are going to be an issue. Doesn't matter. I got bloody moogled again. And bloody hell, that was a reset point. That means we have to go take this path again. I will be taking as much experience. Are you kidding me? I need another mattock. Although I do think that we're at a point where using mattocks and using up our stack is currently fine. Only have 15 more fireballs though, that is something. Maybe I will wait for my willpower to be full. That also increases okay. We're back here. We're not going to go. A Minotaur can poison. Okay, fair enough. Or maybe that were the eyeballs without us realizing it. We have a locked door, which we will want to open. No, I'm still going to stick with the X-Cure here. Okay, I had no idea why. Probably bloody habit. I thought I had fire on here. Can I go down here? I can. That's a low-level cure. Welcome back again, Tira. I hope... well, if not, feel free to nap some more, but I hope that you have now gotten all the sleep you need for today. And we have reached some new stairs. And here we go. Okay, I'm actually quite happy because that's another boss fight. Magic Cure. This is a Cyclops wielding a Morning Star. I hope he doesn't put an eye out. Defeated Cyclops. Found Star. And this is now the point where I do not need to worry about the mattocks anymore, because I have Star. And I'll be keeping him for as long as need be. Found another X-Ether. And the weird properties of the dungeon teleporting you back to the beginning allow you to very quickly return without needing to path all of that again. And here is what we need the Morning Star for, because you can't hurt the golem without the Morning Star. Defeated Golem. Received the magic book of a lightning. Learned lit. Second to last spell. Are you serious? And they can now bloody go invisible. Not a lot of damage. They seem to be pretty resistant to lightning. Garuda, which we might be facing, is probably much less resistant. But it might also just be that, whoops, the bridge is collapsing and we can't go back anymore. We do remember where this is, though. This is at the top of the at the bottom of the waterfall in one way and top of the waterfall in another way. It's the top of the waterfall for the waterfall well we were pushed down on, but it's the top or the bottom of the waterfall that the bad guys want to use to get up to the Tree of Mana. So, it's a castle very close to where they need to go, so we do need to fight hard to prevent them now from being able to get the power of mana. Okay, there is no path through these trees. So this part of the castle is a dead end. So we need to be able to get through here. North or south, it didn't matter. And we are able to defeat the enemies well. And we are entering the sewers. We have tons of bloody fleas again. Let's see where this leads. Getting hit a little by lightning here, so that goes up. That goes upstairs. Where do we have? Where and what do we have here? Will you please come down? The Morning Star is going to smash our skeleton here to pieces. So all that matters is taking the top path here. Do I want to use an ether? Well, I do have an X-ether instead. And ectoplasm seems to be burning really well. That is chest in wall or on wall or hooked on wall. I'm not exactly sure. But it is not very great. Here we go. Here is the level up I've been waiting for a while now. Let me pull myself up the tower and save here as well. And now we go down the tower. Hey! We have company. And that is Chimera defeated. Pretty decently. Didn't take a lot of damage. But the pattern is not as bad. Sumo! Fuji, they took the pendant. We have to get it back. Let's go. Dark Lord's room is on the top floor. We just came from the top. But we will be doing a go up and down here, and we have found Fuji again, and she is still a very capable healer, so while she cannot undo our stone, she can heal our wounds. Okay, I do want to see what might be found in the garden. Yeah, this very much looks like the way forward. Okay, what do we have here? We have a guard on the bloody roof. Okay, if you don't want to die, fair enough. We have a magic shop. Magic item shop. And we have beds. Okay. Breakpoint. Or servants' quarters or something. Some good experience. Dark matters not so much here. Already on the Game Boy it did not matter so much. It was always quite visible. Found another X-Cure. Much cheaper than buying them in the shop. And the Morning Star seems to be a very decent weapon. Well, for now it's our best weapon, but it's also a fun weapon to swing around. Plock, plock, plock. And another castle entrance. Shh. That was something. Luckily we survived it. Seriously? Okay, I have Cure still equipped. These 2 points are not an issue for me, although I do want to avoid these spikes if at all possible. Fuji, of course, has the steel talon toe boots or something. That's a blizzard I don't need. Okay. Fair enough, the tar is immune against the Morning Star. Which now reminds me is bad. I think that's a reward room for... I have fire magic equipped. Tar should burn, can't carry. Let's see, do I have something to cure? No, but I don't need quite a bit of here. So I'll be making this. Now the ether room. We do not need the mattocks anymore, and they do not pay well enough to really be wanting to keep them either. There's another X ether. And another normal ether. Fair enough. And now that I confirmed that my memory is wrong, we'll be moving on. Okay. It's another mage, but you being... Tough one. Nope, I wanted to cure. And this is another long throw like this. Barely made it, but barely is better than not making it at all. You stop paralyzing me. I can now defeat the demons. And from here, I still have Cure equipped. That was correct. I can set some more ectoplasm on fire. Another level up. Very happy to see that. And we... And with this, I do not need to care. You know what? Maybe as a snowman you can reopen the door. No. I'm not allowed to... Not allowed to move those boxes. Not even accidentally pushing them off. Let's see. Where are we getting here? Switching back to fire here. And on we march. I think that's a locked door, if I remember correctly. No, it's not. Some weaker enemies. Oh, I see. No, I do... I thought I saw, but I didn't. Okay, what do we have? That is so important that all of you are protecting this. Ooh, a new sword. Blood. Oh, okay, no, okay. Sod it. I do enjoy having new sword, but you have less attack than my best weapon at the moment. That is not how I'm going to keep these. Luckily, I was still throwing the Morning Star about. That's a locked door. Luckily, I do have a passe-partout. I can open almost any door. Dum, dum, dum. Du, 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 du. That's a nice level up. And I will be practicing some more magic. Okay, seriously, Bisshawk, what is going on? I really didn't have any issues with games except this one. Let's reboot that. Because that's a bug in the core somewhere. Sheesh. Not sure exactly what this is. And of course, everything from before is gone. Okay, now that I know where we are, I'm going to have a look the other side. Locked door. Again, locked doors are easy. Bum 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 bum. Took a nap as a Moogle. Okay, this is a nap room, so I didn't miss anything important. Okay, some speed issues. I mean, not great. But we know to get on. Let's heal the bloody stone off. I.e. some nice stretches and so on. Do, 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 do. Haven't lost a ton of time, but I did lose some time, unfortunately. Luckily, so far at least, I am more or less close to where I wanted to be for the end of stream. At what I see as the halfway point of the game. Found the blood sword. Which is nice. New hole. That's X cure. I much prefer X ether. No, I was correct. Keys are items. I'm not reaching you, then you get lucky. That's another X-Ether. As I said, very nice. Okay, very, very good. Currently don't have any defensive points, as I'm a Moogle. That is snowman number 1. That is snowman number 2. And that, of course, opens the path down, even though he's on the top floor. And that is another X-Ether. Okay, we are finally going up the stairs some more. Not as a Moogle, though. Here is Dark Lord's throne room. Much more nicely decorated than even Davia's. Looks like you've been a bit stronger, but not enough to fight me, boy. Stay outside, it will be dangerous here. Okay, be careful. Good boy, Sumo, now come. Yeah, Dark Lord, I think. Defeated Dark Lord. Received pendant. It's fake! Then where's the real pendant? Fuji, where could she be? Julius? Where is he? Must be at the waterfalls. Sumo, Fuji! Fuji? So she was at the waterfalls, or at the front of the castle at least. Fuji, what's wrong? It's too late, Sumo. She's mine. What? Use this pendant and cast a spell, Fuji. Fuji, don't! Come over here! Fuji? What did you do to her, Julius? I am the last one left of the Empire of Vandal. I shall receive the power of mana again. Now, Fuji, reverse the waterfalls. And she is chanting the spell. And they are going up into the waterfall. Wait! Ha! Ow, ouch, can't move. And we have a friend. Chocobo is picking us up and bringing us to the city. See that, Auntie? A boy's falling. Oh, yes. A bird is falling too. Oh, dear. Okay. I will... save here and continue here the next time. This is a very nice little conversation I do want to keep for next time. Which means it may be a little early, but by far not as early as it could have been. So in a way it's good that I died half a dozen times and lost also about an hour in the beginning. I am much faster through the game than I expected myself to be. Which is then going to pen that I'm not going to be nearly fast enough on Friday, and I'm going to lose... that I'm not going to be able to finish Friday's stream on time. I don't think so, though. I've been going pretty well, and this is... time-wise, I do think pretty well the middle of the game. Not quite so level-wise, but that is slower the further you go on. Even though I will be reaching level 50, level 51 to something in that regard before the end of the game pretty easily. But yeah. We will be leaving Sumo and the world of Final Fantasy Adventure or Mystic Quest behind here. Yeah. So far, I think it's a very nice story, especially if you do look at the time period this is from the restrictions they had to fight against. This is not a small game, and it has a lot of text. No, that's not how that works. They're trying to provide as much story, as much background as possible. They're doing a lot of blocking, a lot of moving around the scenes. They're really, really doing a lot here to tell the story. And it's not a story that... It's a story that is not afraid of veering into dark aspects. Death is very much something that is with you from the beginning of the game. After your first fight, basically, you do see the necessity and the weight of what you are over the course of time taking on for yourself. And now we are basically at the point where we failed. Speaking about death, there are two people that you see dying, then all the bosses, the monsters that you are fighting, and then there is Amanda. We had to kill her in order to get the tears and to be able to save Lester, to be able to dispel the gas, to move on. It's not very... It's not very heroic here in that sense, but that tragedy does elevate the game when you do finally win, although there is still stuff to be discussed from the ending, but that will be for next time. Hopefully I won't be losing quite as much time next time, just smashing through one of the issues, crashing. I will be trying to be aware that this ROM is not the most stable and act accordingly. That being said, I hope you all had a very So yeah, a very interesting story. I'm happy to be able to continue it soon. That being said, I hope you all had a ton of fun watching me here. I had a ton of fun playing despite all the setbacks. It's a great game and a game that I do enjoy playing a lot from time to time. Let's have a quick look for raids, but first schedule, and also if you do have a suggestion, as always, please feel free to put your raid suggestions into the comments. I will be considering it. Schedule. I have 2 days off, tomorrow and Wednesday, and I'll be picking back up on Thursday, playing some more Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon from 15 to 18 o'clock Central European time, and that would be then from 10 to 13 o'clock Eastern Standard Time because of the daylight saving time in North America. I hope that's correct. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and next Monday, I'll be streaming my usual time. That is from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European time, or then from 8 to 13 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, again, if that is correct. The weekend, I'll be playing Monster Hunter. Friday, I'll be finishing up Mystic Quest. And I do think that for next Monday, I'll be playing Armored Core 6. I wish I could be playing Armored Core 4, especially for Answer. But since they're independent, that's not a big issue. But being able to the ease of 6 being playable is quite important. London Rose may be streaming. Let me have a quick look. That is Candy. That is also an idea. Alara is playing more Night Rain. And indeed, London Rose is streaming. I did miss her on the first pass. She is playing Monster Hunter Wilds, and I don't mind raiding out to her, and I hope that with that you're going to be enjoying her stream as much as you did mine. Hope to see you all again soon. Hopefully tomorrow, but if that is not tomorrow. Bloody hell, I am streaming on Thursday, not tomorrow. You couldn't even drop in tomorrow, even if you wanted to. I am sorry about that. But yeah, I hope you're going to have a great rest of your Monday. Please enjoy it. Thank you for having been here. As always, it means a ton to me, and I hope you're going to have fun with Rose's stream. And until next time, please have the best of times, whenever next time may be. And until then, goodbye.
Man, so like, hey T-Ray, what's up? I'm telling a story real quick. Okay, so so I'm at the festival. I'm trying to do some vlogging and stuff. And this beach, like, she makes this obnoxious laugh, right? But you know what London does? I take that and I use it, and now she's gonna be immortalized on my stream because we made this funny ass like button for her.